Югорская земля приветствует всех вас на торжественном открытии чемпионата мира по шахматам среди женщин по нокаут-системе.
ЮГРА is happy to welcome all of you at the opening ceremony of the Women's World Chess Championship 2018.
Приветствуем команды участников чемпионата из 28 стран мира.
Let's greet the teams of championship participants from 28 countries of the world.
Алжир,
Algeria,
Аргентина,
Argentina,
Китай,
China,
Россия,
Russia.
Добрый вечер, дорогие земляки,
Good evening, dear countrymen,
уважаемые гости Югры.
dear guests of ЮГРА.
Зачитаю приветствие президента Российской Федерации Владимира Владимировича Путина,
I will now read the greetings from the Russian President Vladimir Putin,
участникам, организаторам и гостям чемпионата мира по шахматам среди женщин по нокаут-системе 2018 года.
to the participants, organizers and guests of the Women's World Chess Championship 2018.
Желаю вам успехов и всего самого доброго. Владимир Путин.
I wish you every success and all the best. President Putin.
Welcome to khanty-mansiysk. That's a place where major tournaments of the really large scale have been hosted on a number of occasions already. Enjoy your days here, play the best chess, and good luck. I declare the World Women's Championship open. Thank you.
Разрешите пригласить на эту сцену чемпионку мира
And now I invite onto this stage the reigning champion,
Цзюй Вэнь Цзюн.
Du Wenjun.
Hello everybody, welcome to Russian Siberian city of Khanty-Mansiysk. I'm Pavel Tregubov and I'm very proud to be here with you, making commentaries for the live broadcast of the Women World Championship, which is about to start right now in this Siberian city. Here we can see the playing hall of the ЮГРА Chess Academy, which hosted already a lot of prestigious international events since 2009, when the first World Men's Cup took place here in Khanty-Mansiysk, and at that time a lot of important international events took place in this city, and even this Women World Championship takes place now for the second time already. The first one took place in 2012 and was won by Ukrainian Grandmaster Anna Ushenina. Here we can see the first table and the favorite of this event, reigning world champion Du Wenjun from China, who won the match against her compatriot Tang Zhongyi earlier this year in China, This match took place in two Chinese cities in May, and she's number 1 by rating, and she plays against Australian player Hardigan Catherine, not very well known for the international chess audience, but who managed to qualify for this prestigious event. Jun started her game with black pieces during the drawings of lot, which took place yesterday during the opening ceremony. She drew the black colors for all odd numbers. Next to her, the second table, you can see Humpy Conera, who is back to the business after the quite long break. He played the Chess Olympiad 1 month ago for her country, India, for the first time for last couple of years. That comeback was not quite impressive. He started quite well, but then suffered from some defeats. I guess that she lost 2 games during the Olympiad, but nevertheless, of course, she's still a very, very strong and dangerous opponent for everyone. She plays versus Tubal Hayat from Algeria, and she has white pieces. As I mentioned already, yesterday the opening ceremony took place in one of the most prestigious hall of khanty-mansiysk, and it was attended by ЮГРА Governor Natalia Komarova and recently new elected FIDE President Arkady Dvorkovich. During his speech, Mr. Dvorkovich paid a lot of attention to the women's chess and pointed out that FIDE was currently working on a new project for women's chess, improving financial conditions and general conditions as well. I guess that all the players were pleased to hear that. Let's move to the further table, table number 3. A general view of the beautiful chess academy. Yes, here's the top-rated Russian player Ekaterina Lagno, also after the long break, is back now and has black pieces against February Jess Nikki from South Africa. Ekaterina looks very concentrated. It's not to be easy. It's not so easy to be back after quite a long break, related to her recent pregnancy. She delivered a month ago and is already back to chess. I can really nothing to say about her young opponent, February Jasnicki from South Africa. It's quite new name. It's quite a new name on the chess scene, international chess scene. And now we can see the position. It's quite ambitious line of Turk defense opted by the South African player. I cannot say too much about this position. I think the main line is knight fd7. That's quite sharp line as far as I know. Sometimes white wants to play e6, sacrificing the pawn for initiative. Now the position should be known for Katerina, but she is probably currently trying to remember the most important lines. Let's see what happens on the next board, where top Ukrainian player Anna Muzyczuk plays against Hamid Rani from Bangladesh. The Sicilian structure with the pawn on c4, in my opinion, is always favorable for white. Well, thanks to the classical space advantage, and with this pawn on c4, I mean, normally black tries to prevent white pushing his pawn on c4. Otherwise, she doesn't have enough counterplay in center. So the classical Sicilian motifs like d5, b5 would not work here. I think white got a very comfortable and pleasant position after the opening. Table number 5. Alexander Kostyuk with black against Vasquez Macarini Danica from Puerto Rico. Also a very young and ambitious player. Opted for bishop opening, followed by f4 very early in the 5th move. Also very ambitious line. White is trying to catch more space from the very beginning, but somehow weakening black squares close to her king. Not okay, both sides should be very careful here. Next board, Alexander Gorechkin against Oli Meli Jet from Canada. All quite usual for Alexander. d4 first move, and followed by classical development, Queen's Gambit. Well, this position has quite old and rather deep theory. The main move here is rook d1, then white will develop his pieces at some point. Black will probably take on c4 and prepare e5 or c5. That's quite classical stuff. Maria Muzyczuk with black. Next table against Wafa Shanenda from Egypt. We can see so far that all players play quite quickly. I mean, we have already on all boards 7 or 8 moved already done, and that means that players are quite well prepared. so far. And probably all of them, or most of them at least, are following their home preparation. The Sicilian Schwenningen, played quite quickly by both players as well. And the next board is Tan Zhongyi from China, the winner of the last knockout World Championship held in Iran in the beginning of 2017, where she became world champion. Plays with the white pieces against San Fengyi, her compatriot, but not very known so far. Tan Zhongyi opted for Reti, but then played d4. Well, normally in this structure, where white plays d3 or c4 immediately, or d3 followed by c4, e4, trying to attack black's solid center as quick as possible. But Tan Zhongyi played d4 here, and the position turned into a sort of Catalan, bit c6. We look now on their top boards, where one of the players is the clear favorite, at least seems to be the clear favorite. In all these pairs, the difference between players' rating is about 300 or even 300 points or even more. So we can say that all these all top-rated players or higher-rated players are clear favorites in these pairs. '94 is an interesting attempt to convert this position into a stalwart structure, I guess. And then my guess is that black's next move will be f5, taking more space in the center. But somehow, well, this structure is less popular nowadays than it used to be before. Well, let's say in Botvinnik's time, the sixth world champion was a big fan of this structure. Nowadays, we can see it much rarely, but recently even Magnus Carlsen played it with black. Another Russian player, Valentina Gunina, also a member of the Russian Olympic team, plays her favorite Caracan with black, and her opponents Eliaga Fernandez Ingrid from Peru opted for rather rare line with c4, d5, c takes e takes d5, c takes d5, c takes d5, knight f6. That's quite rare line, but not so harmless for black. Black should be careful here. The most principal option is g6, but then after queen a4, sometimes black is supposed to sacrifice a pawn. I don't know if Valentina is ready to go for this line, or there's probably the much safer way is to play just a6 here and converting to the typical stop with isolated pawn White would play d4 at some point in castle, and well, we would get the typical isolated pawn position. And Valentina is trying to remember her preparation, I guess. Elizabeth Pertz, the number 1 of the German Olympic team, plays with white against Alina Sabab Mobina from Iran. Slav defense. Not sorry, it's Queen's Gambit accepted, actually. Yeah. Queen a4 is quite unusual continuation here. Well, the normal move, not the normal one, but the most playable is e3 here. And Elizabeth chose this quite rare line. And here he didn't want to take with the bishop. If she takes with bishop takes c4, then black would probably exchange the bishop, which is in her favor, of course. That's why I took with queen c4. But now black should try to prepare e5 somehow. Otherwise, knight on c6 is not so great, because the normal plan for black in this kind of position is c5. Let's go further, and now we can see the game of the top Georgian player, Nana Dzagnidze, who plays with black versus Miranda Jonas Urisbel from Cuba. Nimzo Indian. That's was Nimzo Indian, but the structure we got remind me mostly the Ragozin defense. That's I don't know if it's a full. It's exactly the same position which can arise in the Ragozin defense, but not quite sure. But the structure of the exchange of duck square bishop to knight on f6 is quite typical for Ragozin. c5, quite interesting solution for white. Now it depends if she managed to hold her center, but so far I cannot understand how she will do so after b6. Well, maybe b6, a3. This is the idea. Bishop takes c3, more or less forced. Not now. Black should have enough counterplay thanks to her development advantage, but b takes c5 should be played. When d takes c5 is too risky because of e5. Maybe rook takes c5, but then well, who knows? Maybe it's not as simple as it seems to be for black. Well, because, for example, for the natural, after the natural bishop a6, bishop takes a6, knight a6, rook can go somewhere, for example on c3, rook b8, b4, rook c8, I don't know. Okay, maybe rook c1 was more accurate move. So rook b8, rook b4, and white seems to be better. This knight on a6 seems to be a little bit awkward. So maybe it's not so simple. Aha! Maybe it's not so simple for black. But we can see now that Nana to the quiet knight c6. Well, a3 should be played, I think, sooner or later, maybe right now. But then e5 probably. a3, bishop takes c3, rook takes c3, and e5. This is the idea. And black seems to be fine. That in order to prevent e5, white probably can play bishop b5 then. That should be the main option. Okay, let's see the next game. Harika Dronavali, Indian number 2. With white against Ukhashvili Sopiko from Georgia. Bishop b5. Not willing to enter in the opening Sicilian. Okay. That should be nothing special for white. Black has got a double pawn on the e-file, but this pawn e5, which moved from d6 to e5, is very well placed in the center. I think I'm not sure that it's a real weakness for black in this particular position to have this double pawns. That's, in my opinion, black should be okay at least. And finally, Antonetta Stefanova, former world champion as well. Plays against Fleischer Sabina from the United States. Slav defense, knight f3, and this Nottenbaum variation. a4, bishop b4, e3, and the main line now is b5. So blacks normally try to keep this extra pawn on the board, not giving any weight right now. The main line here used to be bishop d2, a5. Well, I mean, of course, black can hold this pawn, like playing something like a6, a takes b5, bishop takes e3. Otherwise, white would take on b5 with knight. But this is too risky, and this bishop on c3 is quite a dangerous one. So on exchange to the extra pawn, white is getting very nice perspective with with pair of bishops and a good center. she can play maybe even d5 immediately, using the very dangerous diagonal. Bishop on c3 is great here, or even just simple e6 somehow. But white should have enough compensation for a pawn. So that's why the main line here used to be a5, a takes b5, bishop takes c3, bishop takes c3, c takes b5. Now black has more active pawn structure on the queen side, something like b3, bishop b7, bishop takes c4. Oh, sorry, bishop takes pawn takes c4, b4, and this position is very complicated. It used to be played quite a lot, let's say 20 years ago. Now it's a bit out of the fashion, but I don't know what the current situation of the theory here exactly now. Antonella is thinking over her seventh move and probably hesitating between a5 and something else, but I don't know what else can be played by black in this position. That's, in my opinion, a5 is a critical move. Natalia Pagonina, another famous Russian player. Played the Reti variation against Kulkarni Bhakti from India, one of the modern lions. It's quite strange that white spent quite a lot of time to get this position. Or maybe Natalia was surprised by the opening choice of her opponent. Oh, I think c takes d5 should be played, and now quite a typical idea for white in this sort of position is bishop b3. Once the white square bishop of black moved from the c7 square, black should always think about this b7 pawn. But maybe in this particular position even queen b6 is possible. Because white's knight is still on b1, not on c3, and this d5 pawn is not hanging. But then white can continue like something like d3, e6, and at some point bishop e3 sometimes is quite annoying for black. After taking on b3, the a file would open, and but okay, maybe it's still nothing special. a6 can be played. White has no time to push b4, b5 because b4 is under control. That should be okay for black. But anyway, it's quite strange that the Indian player is hesitating here. Probably also thinking over knight d5, but in my opinion, c takes d5 is the most natural way to proceed. Here we have Padmini Root, another Indian play. versus Abdulmalik Jonsaya from Kazakhstan. A very young and very talented and ambitious player as well. Now we are moving to the pairs where the elo difference of two players is not so significant, and the fight is going to be more tense than on the top boards. Well, expected to be more tense, let's say. One of the critical lines of an English opening, e3. Well, e4 is maybe more aggressive alternative for white. This is the most critical line here, but it's completely different story. e3 was played by Padmini root, and a quite rare capture with d pawn on this type of position. And normally white tries to take with b pawn and take over the center, playing d4, e4, and so on. Do we take c3? I would say it's probably a little bit less ambitious, but more solid continuation. And here we have approximately equal position, I think. Black will continue e6, probably, finishing her development. White will do the same, bishop e2, castle, castle, probably b6, bishop b7. It should be about equal. Nino Batsiashvili against Arhamia Grant Ketivan, her former compatriot who is living in Scotland for a long time now. Also, Queen's Gambit accepted with bishop g4, quite rare continuation. Bishop d2. I'm not sure that this is necessary here. The most principal way to play here is knight c3, I think. Bishop e7 and something like h3, bishop h5, and even g4, bishop g6, and knight e5, something like this. But Nino opted for more solid continuation. Knight d2, castle, and bishop d2. Well, I would say that black is perfectly fine here. I cannot believe that putting her knight on d2 white is really playing for opening advantage. That should be also about equal. And here we have the game between Zhai Mo, another young Chinese player against Olga Gire. Oops, the very rare line of Karakan defense. E6. Not the most principled way to react, choose by Olga Gire, who's paid quite a lot of time already to reach the current position after 8th move. That's quite strange because the Karakan is her main and probably only opening nowadays, and Olga, when looking at her time now, I have an impression that she's not quite ready for this line. E6, what is the main way to proceed for black? I think black can take on on e4 and play something, even e5 is possible. I think something like this can be played, but probably Olga knows better what she is doing. Okay, let's see what happens in the game. E6, bishop b4. It's also well-known line, I think. Bishop f4. Not sure about this particular move, but okay. Castle, yeah, this is the idea. b5, h6. So we got the position with the opposite castles, so it's gonna be a very sharp game, I guess. So both players will try to attack the opponent's king. So white will obviously push her pawns on the king side, and black will do the same on the queen side. And well, but so far somehow I would say that white pieces are a little bit more active and better prepared for this kind of play. But okay. The position remains very unclear, of course. Zhao Xu against Carolina Lujan from Argentina. Zhao Xu is very experienced Chinese player. In her recent game she played sometimes e4, but normally it's d4 player, and we can see one of the main line of Catalan here. Bishop f4. And Carolina is currently thinking over her 8th move. Probably she is puzzled by the last white's move, bishop f4. The normal way to proceed is castle, of course. Okay. Jujuner from China against Javakishvili. Lela. 15 moves already played in this game. Lela went for Sicilian fianchetto, which allows the Maroczy system. King f2. Such a brave move played by white. I'm not sure that this move is necessary. White could have played just castle, of course. But maybe the idea is that in case of queen's exchange, which is quite common for this line, white's king would remain closer to the center, which is quite clever. But maybe now, probably that was the idea, because normally black's next move should be queen a5 and followed by knight d5. Then okay, for example, I will try to illustrate this idea. So after castle, sometimes queen a5, and sometimes white plays knight d5 here immediately or a little bit later, and after queen's exchange, that knight e7 is rather dubious move here, if I remember well. Rook e8, knight e5, c takes d5, and bishop can take some d5 using this pin. Bishop b5 is not dangerous because of bishop c6. Here are these white's idea. So in this line, if black trade her queen on d2, then somehow knight is better placed on f2. That was the idea of 30's move. But now Leila changed her strategy and will definitely not play queen a5. So with her last move, she prepares f5, I guess. So maybe f5 was possible immediately. But maybe then she was afraid of something like knight f4. But I'm not sure that it's so dangerous. Maybe bishop f7 simply. Maybe something like e takes f5, g takes f5, and who knows, maybe queen c2, just threatening f5 pawn and bishop c5 at the same time. Maybe that was the main concern here when she decided to play king h8 first. Or maybe even bishop take. No, I'm not sure about that. I'm thinking about bishop takes c5, d takes c5 here. Queen c2, and in case queen c8, maybe bishop d3. But now somehow I'm not sure that. But maybe instead queen c8 there is bishop d4 check. No, I don't know the exact reason of this prophylactical king h8, but anyway, the next move should be f5. I'm pretty sure. And position is quite unclear. Dinara Sadvakasova versus Anna Matnadze from Spain. Well, Slav defense converted to the queen's gambit, declined. That's very interesting, h4. I'm not sure that it's still a theory. as both players could spend quite a lot of time. Well, I think that black should move her bishop somewhere to e7 on f6, or maybe e7. Then white will take the bishop probably. Okay, and after bishop d3, white is clearly better. Having better development and good perspective for kingside attack. After both knight f6 or h6, white will play g4 immediately, probably trying to create immediately a kingside attack. But what to do then? Take the knight on d5 is not so attractive option because of h take g5, opening h file, and then black's king can be really in big danger. But maybe it's still playable after g6, I don't know, maybe there is no direct breakthrough for white, but this position somehow is very unpleasant. For example, bishop d3 followed by king e2, and then white would double her rook, the h file. It's very simple play for white. I have an impression that black is already in trouble. Maybe not bishop e7, maybe bishop f6 is slightly better version. Then knight takes f6, knight at f6, protecting h7 square. But still, with bishop on c8, black should be at least a little bit worse. For example, bishop d3, white then can finish her development, choosing between long or short castle. g4 is also a very attractive option. And it seems that Kazakh player should be satisfied with the opening income so far. Voting King Fang from Vietnam versus Bela Katanashvili from Georgia. Let's see what happens in this game. Grunfeld defense. It's usually just quite rare for women chess. Very popular among men, but quite rare for the women competitions. On c5. Also very sharp line, but with immediate queen's swap. Let's see what Anna Matnadze did in her game. She just made her move. Unfortunately, we cannot see it yet. We didn't consider bishop h6 option, but somehow I didn't like it too much. Maybe even knight g5 is possible. Bishop seems to be quite awkward here, or g4 or whatever. I mean, white would move your knight somewhere and then playing g4, which is also... bishop h6 is played, or not. That unfortunately we cannot see it right now. Okay, let's see what happens in other games. What can we say here? Well, optically, black should be okay. White has an extra pawn on d5, but the pawns are doubled, and okay, it's not so easy to attack them. And if white managed to hold them, well, the extra pawn is always an extra pawn. For example, f5 seems very natural for me, in order to prepare bishop d4, d6 and avoid knight e4. Then bishop g2, bishop d6, knight will probably go then to f3, aiming for a very attractive square e5, maybe castle. Okay, still it won't be easy for white to break through. But once again, pawn is a pawn, so white cannot be worse here, of course. Maybe knight e5 and then knight c6, c4. Then no, this position is. But even no, right away it's too early. Maybe knight would be pinned. So maybe castle first. And then knight e5 is coming. Maybe knight d7. If knight e2, then b5 somehow. Taking this c4 square under control. No, okay, but I see. I think that white can. Definitely cannot be worse here, and maybe is a little bit better. Let's say a4. If b4, then knight goes somewhere, and another knight will come to c4. Knight e2 with knight c4 next. Looks very good for white, actually. Unfortunately, we cannot see what was the Bella's last move. Sorry, and can only see Boti Kim thinking over her next move. Okay, let's see the next position. Lei Tengji from China against Anita Gara from Hungary. Sorry. Once again, queens accepted. Maybe so far the most popular opening of the first day of the World's Women Championship. e4, e5. This is an old theory. I'm not sure that c5 is the main option here for black. I thought that knight c6 used to be the main move here. but maybe something has changed. What can we say about this position? We can see that Anita Gara plays quite quickly, and I cannot see honestly why White can be better here. Well, she's got sort of space advantage, of course, but Black has d5 square in her possession, and d4 pawn is sort of weakness for White. But in my opinion, Black should be okay here. Just bishop e7, for example, then castle. All black pieces are well placed. That should be about equal. Yulia Schweiger from Israel versus Monika Sochko, one of the most experienced players of this championship. Let me remind you that it was Monika Sochko who eliminated Hu Yifan in Khanty-Mansiysk 2012, in the second round, and since that time Hu Yifan did not play anymore in this sort of knockout tournaments, unfortunately for all of us. But let's hope she will be back one day. But by the way, a part of Hu Yifan, who stopped playing in the female events since 5 or 6 years now. All others top players are here. Pure defense. D5 played with Monika Sochko. No. I think in this kind of position, when White possesses some space advantage, once the pair of minor pieces is trade, Black should be okay. Not, for example, c takes d4 can be played here. If White takes now and takes back to the pawn, then knight f6, and this position with isolated pawn is quite okay for Black. Black cannot be worse here. It may be White should be very careful here. And if White takes with a minor piece, for example with knight or bishop, then maybe even e5 can be played immediately. And Black can even start thinking about no, okay, maybe e5 now is too early. Knight b5 looks quite dangerous, followed by knight e6. What about a6, for example? and followed by d5. I believe that black should be okay, maybe even knight c5 followed by bishop d7, whatever. That seems to be okay for black. Okay, let's have a little break right now. We will be back in 5-10 minutes, and we'll go on following the first games of the first round of the Women's World Championship here in Khanty-Mansiysk. Stay with us.
Obviously, the next conflict in the marshal itself, I've never been on it again. One big alliance and one that is true nature.
Welcome back to the Women's World Championship here in Khanty-Mansiysk. First games are on the way right now, and we have on our screens game between Yulia Schweiger from Israel and Polish Grandmaster Monika Sochko. Just before break, we had a quick look on this game, and it was said that Black should be fine. Since that moment, White some moves has been played. Monika opted for knight f6 immediately. My suggestion was to take on d4 immediately first, just to see which piece would take on d4, and if it, for example, if bishop, then e5 immediately is quite considerable option for Black. If it's pawn, then knight f6 naturally, heading to d5, and Black is perfectly fine. But Monika chose another possibility. He went knight f6 immediately, bishop c2, and then took on d4. But that bishop d4, of course, is the most natural way to proceed for White, and now White is probably slightly better, thanks to more active positions of her pieces. But of course, nothing special here. Also for White, slight edge, but nothing more. I can add also that these two players have played 6 games each with other in the last 3 years, and so far Polish player has a little advantage. She's leading 3.5, 2.5. Okay, let's move further. Next game, Anna Shenina, the winner here in Khanty-Mansiysk 6 years ago. As I said already, she managed to win the World Championship held here in 2012, beating in the final Antoneta Stefanova from Bulgaria. d4, the most common move today, as you can see in first game. The most of games started with this move. And Lilith Makaturchan from Armenia opted for very sharp modern line of but not exactly. The sharp line here is the most fashionable one. Is a6 here, a takes b4, c takes b4, knight takes b4, a takes b5, rook takes a8, bishop b7, where Black sacrificed exchange in exchange to the quick development and initiative in the center, knight f6 and so on. But Lilith choose the more solid line, bishop a6. I think this is still a theoretical position, and I should prepare e4 somehow, but knight c2, I guess, the main option right now after castle. White won't play e4 and then just capture the pawn on c4. If she managed to do so, she will definitely be better, thanks to better pawn structures, thanks to possession of center and better development as well. So Black should do something here to avoid this unfortunate scenario. But I don't know what exactly. Maybe e5 immediately or c5. Maybe after e5, e4 is still possible. Maybe black can start with b3, just to avoid e4. I don't know if queen b1 is possible here. Insisting on e4. Okay. Anosharin is thinking over her move. Well, I think that next 3-4 moves in this game will be critical. If white managed to push e4, she will be perfectly fine and she will get clear advantage here. If she is not, well, maybe it's just nothing special for white. If black managed to finish her development and push c5 or e5 very quickly, then black should be okay. Next game. Uzbek player Bakirjonova having white pieces against Alina Kashlinskaya from Russia. Alina just finished a great tournament in Isle of Man, where she managed to make a grandmaster norm, male grandmaster norm, with performance above 2700, which is exceptional result for a female player. And she should be in a very good mood now. The only question is whether Alina saved enough energy for the next important event. Petrov defense. I'm not sure that I saw it before in Alina's game. Not sure about it. Probably it's her first time playing this opening. And knight c3 line. And here we get this position now. Well, optically it seems to be very good for black already. That's good center, and the only concern is well, I don't know. There is no concern actually. Well, maybe I was thinking about queen d7, but it's probably nothing. Just black can trade her queen and then playing bishop d6 and then whatever, rook d8 or rook f7. Black seems to be okay. And the same goes for queen d5, just take, bishop d6, let's say. I have impression that black can be only better in this game. Ekaterina Talik from Turkey against Daisy Corey from Peru. Let's call it modern version of the Catalan defense. Oh, transported to one of the with long castle transported to one of the classical lines of the Catalan defense with c5 and with long castle. I've never seen this move before, I guess. That's quite ambitious. Quite ambitious one in rather famous position. Ekaterina comes up with it's probably a novelty. Not sure about it, but seems very interesting. Well, optically, White's king seems to be a little bit exposed right now, but it's not easy to use for black. And c4 pawn is under attack. Bishop b7 seems to be the most natural way to continue. Then f3 should be played, of course. And maybe knight d5. Probably bishop d4. And maybe White had another option, maybe queen a5 also. It's not easy to say for me just now if a long castle is a serious improvement, serious theoretical improvement for White, or just another try, another way to play this position. Maybe nothing special. But at least the Pyrenean players have spent some time thinking over this situation. That means that she's maybe not very confident of her position. Okay, let's see what happens in other games. It's very interesting. Gulishan Nagbayeva has white pieces in her first game versus Alisa Galamova, the most experienced Russian player. Slav defense, Maron variation. Very long and deep theory. And now we have this position. Alisa is very short of time already. She has only 24 minutes left against 1 hour 22 minutes for her opponent. And the position seems very complicated as usual for this variation. And somehow I don't like it too much for black. Even if she managed to win a pawn so far, but her king's position is very unsafe, I would say. At least it's not my way to play chess. Okay, but maybe objectively black is okay, who knows. Well, let's try to okay, knight e4 maybe is not the best way to proceed, which allows some exchange, for example. Okay, maybe knight takes, bishop takes, rook d1 check, okay, f1. Now black can grab one more pawn, bishop h2, king h1. For example, the rook takes, queen takes, and knight goes to d7. That's still unclear for me. And now, for example, just queen a6 check, king d8, bishop s3 followed by rook d1. Still things seems very promising for me. Very promising for white. What else? Maybe white can also think also for. Maybe white can think about piece sacrifice, something like bishop e3, b takes, and bishop takes c5. Black's king is very exposed, but okay, maybe it's too far. Maybe it's too much, okay. Okay, then knight e4 seems the most natural way to proceed. And another possibility is queen a6 check. Preparing knight b5, but then queen exchange can happen, which is definitely not in white's favor. But still, even in this position, white should have enough compensation for sacrificed pawn. No, I would prefer knight e4 probably. The move we considered first. Oh, still somehow I like white's position, but objectively it's far from clear. Okay. So here we have Nishikon from China versus Natalia Zhukova from Ukraine. French defense played by Natalia. Knight d2 line. Okay, it seems to be quite okay for black. I cannot see any direct danger for black here. If it's so, then she has just 2 moves left to finish her development, and then it will be completely equal, in my opinion. Just rook d8, bishop d7, and that's it. So white should do something very quickly. But what exactly, it's hard to say. Queen d3, okay, just g6 for example. And this is just nothing. Okay. A big guitarist from Spain versus Anastasia Bodnaruk, one of the most sharp and dangerous Russian players, Russian young players. And Sicilian is her main and probably the only weapon. Najdorf. No, optically this position seems to be good for black. Anastasia managed to get her knight on e5, which is a very strong piece, and after f6 she intends to open f-file for her rook and generally for her pieces. I believe that black should be okay, and maybe even get ambitious here. F4 pawn can be taken right now. But after bishop f7, I cannot see what will be the next white's move. If position opens, then black's pair of bishop will be extremely strong. And I cannot see so far any way for white to keep this position closed. The only things in favor of white in this situation is that Anastasia, as usual, spent quite a lot of time already. White has a quite considerable advantage. 1 hour against 30 minutes. And in this position it can be a very important factor. But still, I believe in Anastasia in this situation. It's her kind of position. She feels very confident in such situations, and she is quite used to play in time troubles as well. Unfortunately, it's quite common for her. Huang Tong Trang from Hungary against Alina Danielan from Armenia. That's quite typical stuff for Huang Tongtrang. She's often not very ambitious in the opening, playing this kind of position, which she feels very well, enable to outplay approximately any opponent. Sorry. But here, I'm not sure she got exactly what she wanted to get. In my opinion, it's very important for white in this sort of position to prevent black's knight e4. Maybe f3 was an option here. Then white would keep good attacking chances on the king side, maybe even following by g4 at some point. But after rook d1, what happened in the game? An exchange on d4, knight e4 was played. Blocking b1 h7 diagonal, which is very important for white. And now I cannot believe that the Hungarian player has something serious here. Well, maybe still f3. Maybe somehow I underestimate attacking chances here. Maybe, for example, take on d2, rook d2. No, okay, but then even knight xe5. I think it should not be. Maybe it's not necessary, but good enough for black. Now black may put her bishop on f8 in case of danger, and okay, seems to be okay. Or even bishop b4 followed by bishop c3 sometimes, or queen c7 first followed by bishop c3, trading one more piece. Yeah, once again should be okay for black. Let's move to the next game, which is Gusev Marina against Zawadzka Jolanta from Poland. Once again d4, d5 and Ragozin defense. One of the modern lines. It's queen a4 check. Up rook b8. It's quite surprising decision. Preparing c5 probably, but I would say that black should not play on the queen side here. I would rather expect her to develop her initiative on the king side, even g5 followed by knight g6, sorry, and then pushing her pawns would be more natural in my opinion, but okay. Rook fb8, h3, bishop d7, b4, c6. That's sort of to my taste too slow and maybe too passive way to proceed for black. I believe that the pawn was much safer on c7, And c6 also creates another weakness on b6. Okay, so now I clearly prefer white's position. With white I would think probably of playing bishop d3 followed by rook e1 and maybe e4 at some point. Another idea is just transferring a knight from a4 to d3. Knight b2 followed by knight d3 and eventually knight e5. But somehow I prefer the first plan. Knight on a4 is not so bad in this particular position. And bishop d3 I would probably play. Okay, let's see what happens in other games. So Irina Krush from the United States versus Ina Gaponenko from Ukraine. The first King's Indian today, right? Knight x6. Not sure this is the main line here. And then pawn sacrifice. Black now should prove that her pair of bishop is good compensation for sacrifice pawn, which will not be easy task in my opinion. No, okay, we will see. So bishop e5 is probably the idea. White's queen should go somewhere, for example queen d2, then maybe queen f6, then rook b8. Black can create some threat, but not sure it will be enough. Another idea is probably to play queen h4, attacking directly h2 pawn in case of f4. Black can now take on c3 and e4. But even this position can be worse for black. For example, bishop f3. I'll take in pawn f4 is too greedy. I think this move is just impossible. Maybe rook e8 check. It seems very dangerous for black. So black should take on e1 and then bishop d7 probably, but somehow I'm afraid that black's king is not safe enough here. Maybe g3 and c5 or c5 immediately, maybe even c5 immediately. I think that f4 pawn is untouchable because of rook e7 and queen g7 mate is very unpleasant threat here. But then what to do after c5? That black is in danger, I think. And also it's important to notice that Ina has only 18 minutes left on her clock for approximately 24 moves to do. It's quite a bad sign. In general, in this sort of situation, sacrificing pawn, black needs more pieces on the board. Just two bishops is a very good thing, but maybe not good enough in this particular position. Okay, ups. So we made a whole tour, and let's be back to the top tables now. And let's see what happens in the games of favorites. June, I remind you, she plays versus Hardigan Catherine from Australia. Rui Lopez with D4, with G6 and D4. I would say that white is slightly better. It seems to me that the Chinese player didn't manage to equalize completely, but the only problem for white is that she is already down to 27 minutes after 17 moves. But her position is quite good, I think. I don't like black's bishop on b7, of course. This is the main weakness of black's position, and it's not easy to improve it, as c5 would give d5 square to white's pieces. It would not be a considerable option for me, at least right now. I don't want to say that June is already in trouble, but somehow she should be very careful here. Canero Campi, let's see what happened in this game. One more stone wall structure today. Okay, quite solid way to play this structure with white. Okay, I think that Canero Campi is fine here. She is playing for advantage. She's got an opening advantage, and now she will definitely put pressure queen side. She has some attractive options. She can prepare c5 and in the right moment, for example, doubling first on c file, or just taking on d5, and a good option. Also, knight b6 should not be neglected. I mean, for example, if black plays some natural move here, like rook c8 from rook fc8, then maybe knight takes b6 is an option already. Knight takes b6 c5. Can black think about c5 herself now? Then things would get too complicated. No, okay, then maybe d takes c5. Yes, it's good enough. Sorry, because knight, the black cannot take knight. Probably. Maybe she can. I thought about knight b6 and then knight takes b3 is possible. But then maybe c5 is critical. But Australian player make another move, I think. We cannot see it right now, but it was not a move played by the pawn, I think. Maybe rook fc8, something. Yes, rook fc8 has been played, probably. Unfortunately, we cannot see the position on the board. Okay, we will be back to this game later. Let's see what happens on the next board. Here is Ekaterina Lagno. So we left her in this position while she was thinking about her fifth move. She went knight fd7, knight f3, c5, and pawn takes d6. I don't think this is the main line here. I think the main line is related to e6. e6, f takes e6, knight g5 maybe. I mixing something up. Not sure exactly about, but I don't think that e takes d6 is in spirit of this position. Okay, let's see what happens. Castle. Otherwise, if black takes back to d6, maybe queen e2 is quite unpleasant. Check. That's why. One game has just finished. Let's see quickly on this game what happened. Anna Muzychuk, the first winner of the day. She managed to beat Hamid Bani from Bangladesh. Let's see what happened quickly in this game. Yeah, we saw already that she managed to get a very comfortable position out of the opening. And then at some point push c5 was very clever tactical solution, and then she just got an extra pawn on b7, and the rest was quite easy for her. Yeah, that's it. Well, c5 was the critical moment of that game, I think. And the later was quite easy for white. Congratulations to Anna. And we'll leave for a break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Stay with us. So welcome back to the Women's World Championship here in Khanty-Mansiysk. As you know already that one games has recently finished. We will show you once again very quickly. Anna Muzyczuk from Ukraine managed to win her game against Hamid Rani from Bangladesh. Once again. So Anna got very pleasant position from the opening. The good Sicilian with pawn on c4. And here white is already clearly better. And here was the very important moment of the game. After c5, white's position, I guess, is getting just technically winning. Anna won a pawn on b6, and then the technical part of the game passed quite smoothly for white. And here white is already a piece up, and position is completely winning. Once again, congratulations to Anna. She is the first winner of the day, the first winner of the championship. Let's see what's going on other boards. So just before the break, we were looking at this position between Kanari Hampi and Tubal Hayat from Algeria, and this position. And we thought that, in this position, yeah, we thought that maybe the best chance for black was to play c5. Nevertheless, Algerian player went rook c8, and then happened what we were thinking about. White took on b6, knight b6, c5, bishop takes h1, h2, king takes, queen takes c7, and here we are after rook, king g1, knight bd7, bishop c3. Well, in my opinion, white is clearly and considerably better here. The main idea is that black's white square bishop is completely stuck on b7. White will play b4, next move I think, and followed by b5. We'll get a protected passed pawn on c5 very quickly, and black has no real counterplay in this position. So this position seems very, very promising for white. As Katerina Lagno, as we said, so we stop our analysis in this position, and she went castle. So white didn't take on e7. Maybe that was a critical decision. So once white took on d6, breaking up her own center, I believe she was aiming to win a pawn, but okay, somehow she decided to play solidly, bishop e2, and then Ukraine took back the pawn on d6, castle. Not here, black seems to be fine. Then black managed to win a pawn on d4. White took this pawn back on d6, bishop c3. Somehow I'm not sure that it was necessary to take that pawn on d4. Not okay. On the other hand, it's not easy to propose something something different. Okay. Should not be very bad either. Maybe Queen b6 also very logical. c3, pawn takes, pawn takes. I don't know if a6 is necessary. Maybe just knight c5. And then, okay, knight e6 is not... it is possible, yeah, it's still possible. Not even here, I don't know, maybe... Bishop e6, for example, or even rook d8, knight takes c8, rook takes c8. Black should be very good here. There are too many weaknesses in white's position, and black pieces are on very good positions. So maybe a6 is just waste of temper. I don't know what was the reason for Ekaterina to play a6 here, but okay, still her position is not that bad, of course. She's pawn up, but okay, white now has sort of compensation because the coordination of black's pieces is not perfect here, let's say. Let's put them this way. Maybe not so bad, but still, bishop is still on c8. Blacks need some few moves to improve her coordination. But she's gotten a pawn in exchange. Well, in my opinion, objectively this position should be about equal. Rook d8 is played by Katerina. But my first intention would be to move the queen somewhere to c2 or maybe even to d6. And d6, then black can exchange and play knight c5. And the extra pawn is still there. Maybe queen c2 then. Maybe queen c2. Well, in my opinion, white should have enough compensation for sacrificed pawn. But let's see what happened. So yeah, Anna Muzychuk has already won her game, so we'll pass directly to the game of Alexander Kostyniuk with black against Vasquez Macarini. What happened in that game? So bishop's opening. Quite rare line of the bishop's opening. White managed to exchange black's bishop on c5 and then another bishop. Well, I have an impression that in this position white should be okay, at least with a pair of bishops. F takes e5. Maybe white could have even keep tension here, playing just castle. I don't know if it was possible. But okay. F takes e5, rook takes, bishop f4, rook e4, rook e6. Long castle. Not sure it was necessary. Maybe just short castle and white has good position. No, okay. I would definitely not trade my bishop for knight in this position. bishop a4, bishop c4, whatever. I love bishops very much, so in a couple of bishop, it's just a dream for white. I'm not sure that it was necessary to exchange bishop g5. But probably looking just for some simplifications. c4, intending to exchange her double pawn, which is quite understandable. d takes c4. Now black has a choice between rook takes d1 and rook e8. Probably rook e8 is critical, but then bishop takes f6, otherwise knight will take an e4, and if rook takes, then queen g4 check, and queen takes g7. Well, I think that black should not be in any danger here. Even now 2 pawns down after rook f2, she should get sufficient compensation for sacrificed material, but maybe not better either. Let's say white can play queen takes h7, maybe queen c4, e5, something like this, protecting I'm sorry, then queen a2 is possible. Okay, so this is quite considerable option for black then. And yeah, and as we said, another option is just take on d1, rook takes d1, and okay, queen takes e4. Would be quite boring maybe after exchange on e4. Black cannot take with knight because of mate on d8. The position is drawish in my opinion. Should be quick draw. And I'm not sure that black has another possibility here. Knight takes c4 is not possible, as we said already, because of rook d8. Okay, then it should be. So if black is still ambitious in this position, she should think about rook d8 probably. This is the only way to continue the game. Alexander Gorechkina versus Ule Mailjet from Canada. So we saw the opening already, and we stop in this position, I think. Now let's see what happened. King size attack, followed by e4, breakthrough in the center. Bishop h3. Exchange white square bishop, and now was it necessary to play knight f6 here? Not quite sure, because I would like to keep this bishop on g7. I don't feel that it represents any danger for white. Sorry, for me, it's more likely a weakness in black's position. But okay, let's see what happens with the knight f6. Maybe it's also not bad. No, okay. White should definitely think about knight takes g6 now. I don't know if it's good enough to win. Well, at least it's good enough for perpetual. That's already in, and maybe white can count on more in this position. No, okay, I'm sorry, I'm just a little bit tight already. That's just mate in 3. So what about knight g6 then? Yep. But Alexander went f4 instead, which also seems very annoying for black. But what was wrong with knight takes g6? Let's try to understand. There should be a problem somewhere, otherwise Alexander would have played this move, of course. Maybe knight e4, but then knight e7, no, it's not a problem. Then queen, followed by queen takes e4. So far I cannot see what was the reason not to play knight takes g6. Okay, maybe pawn takes, rook takes, king f7. It's hard to believe. King is very exposed, but maybe this is the reason. Okay, looks very scary, but maybe not that simple. For example, rook takes, king takes, maybe queen c1, something like this, avoiding rook e1 and threatening queen g5 or queen h6, both are quite unpleasant for black, but maybe Alexander managed to find some defensive possibility for black in this position. And she went f4, which is also quite unpleasant. Keeping all attacking options, such as knight takes g6, at some point f5 might be a threat. Okay, I think that white's position is quite promising. Let's see what happens in Maria's Medvedchuk game. She has black pieces. I've seen already the opening. It was sort of, I don't know if it's considered as neither for, that's probably Scheveningen, but who knows. Not at this point. I would not say that I like black's position. Not sure about f take g5 as gives away this e5 square, which is very important in this kind of Sicilian positions. But who knows, maybe black is okay. I would think about bishop d3, something like this, simple bishop d3. But okay, anyway, white took on g5, a takes g5, g4, rook f d8, h4, okay, at least white's place is quite logical. But maybe here it was g5, but anyway, knight e5, as we already said, e5 is very important square for black's knight. Not sure that white has enough attacking potential here. Bishop g3, knight e5, of course. And here white just sacrificed an exchange. I'm not sure that... The problem is that white has not enough resources for attack, just not enough attacking resources. Just queen and rook and eventually bishop. I believe that black's position is safe enough. And she will play for win, having an extra exchange. g6, yeah, probably. White should think about it, but not okay. Even let's say f take g6. It's not necessary, but maybe the most principal way to proceed. e5, I'm not sure about e5. Maybe just queen takes e5. Why not? And then king will escape to d7 and c8 then. No, maybe queen h7 then, sorry. Maybe not as simple as that. Black still should be careful. Okay, maybe then rook takes e5 simply. If bishop takes, then bishop takes is quite unpleasant there. Because because king d7 can be made by bishop e8 check, and there is no mate on e1 as e1 square is controlled by white's queen. So after e5, maybe then I don't know, maybe d takes e5. D takes e5. If rook takes now, then just queen where? Maybe rook takes g3 then. Something like this is good enough. And if bishop takes, then queen takes. If rook takes, then rook d1 mate, queen d8 is forced, more or less. Okay, that should be drawish then. Okay, but still some counterplay for white, so g6 maybe is necessary to play for white, but still hard to believe that black can be in trouble. Maybe king d7 is the most safest way. Bringing the king to the safe place. Once again, should not be. That's white's initiative should not be that dangerous for black. Okay, next game then. Tan Zhongyi against Sun Fengyi from China, her compatriot. as we mentioned. Yeah, exactly. So it was ready, which transposed to the stone wall structure. At some point, I decided to close the center. And got this kind of very pleasant position. It's but then without knight it may be not as simple as that. That's still huge space advantage, and for some tactical reasons black could not take on f5 here. That's probably simply because of e takes d5, c takes d5, f4, and d5 pawn would drop, and after bishop h7, of course, white is just pawn up and probably just winning. F takes e6 is possible. Okay, the game just finished. I don't know if you can see the last moves on the board. Not sure, not yet. But okay, we will be back a little bit later on to this game just to see how the game finished. But in this position it's already clear that white is absolutely winning. I would suggest f4 here, intending to play f takes e6 and more or less forcing d takes e4, bishop takes, and then just bishop takes c6. That's already too much. Congratulations to Tan Zhongyi, and we will see what happens at the next table, where Valentina Gunina plays against Aliaga Fernandez in grid from Peru. So in the opening we left Valentina in this position, pointing out that g6 was the most principal continuation and e6 the most solid, and Valentina opted for g6, of course. Queen a4, here, yeah, that's what I mentioned when we saw this position for the last time, that the main line is related to the pawn sacrifice. And I think that Valentina has already played this position against Stanimiro Skripchenko, if I remember well. With black, that game was not so convincing for her, and here she managed to improve, I guess, her play. One more pawn sacrifice from Valentina, but then she managed to get her pawn back, and in this position, objectively, draw should be the most probable result, but her opponent is down to 2 minutes now, which is a very bad sign. Everything can happen in time trouble. Rook c2, h5, well, ac2, rook c2, it's a little trick, inviting black to take on b5, then rook c8 would follow by bishop h6, would win the game on the spot, but of course Valentina is not the player who blundered this way. She answered immediately with h5. Okay, and time travel is not easy. Not that easy for white to manage this position. A3 pawn is weak and can be lost if white played inaccurately. Elizabeth Pets against Elina Sababmobina from Iran. I think that was the last position we saw. Bishop knight d2, sorry, knight d2. That's quite devious decision in my opinion, but still. Sorry. Knight is not so great placed on d2. I would prefer to put it on c3 if it was possible. I don't know what was wrong with knight c3. Maybe just Elizabeth wanted to avoid any exchange here. Okay, knight d2. But okay, Elizabeth managed to get a good position anyway, so she's clear better, more space, good center. But two pair of minor pieces are already trade, so not sure that this advantage is enough to pretend for real advantage. But okay, still is much more pleasant for white to play this position, of course. Let's see the next game. Harika Dronavali against Kukashvili Sopiko. So we saw already this position, claiming that black was not in any danger after the opening. I'm not sure about g6. Maybe it would be much more natural to develop her bishop on e7, because bishop has nothing to do on g7 while the pawn is still on e5. That's an interesting play by Harika, doubling on the rooks on the closed file. Then rook goes to b5. Very original play by the Indian player. And b4 finally. Opening b file. Here's the position. Okay, the rook on a1 should be taken, then queen b5 will follow, of course. C takes b6, and after knight and change, we'll get completely equal position, I think. So, for sure, Sabina against Antonetta Stefanova. Yeah, so that was the position. a5 was played by Antonetta, and the players entered the main line we mentioned during our previous analysis. Knight e4, bishop e4 is also possible here, but knight e4, oops. That I'm not sure that white should trade her bishop on e4. That was the idea, okay. To put the pawn on f4 and avoid any counterplay, any black's counterplay related to e5. That was white's idea, but then black started pushing her pawns on queen side, and yeah, that seems very dangerous for white. This couple of connected pawns is very dangerous, and taking into account that white has no counterplay on the king side. Well, I guess that black has got a considerable advantage. The tactical point is that after rook takes a4, there is queen c6, attacking both rook on a4 and pawn on g2. Let's see what's going on in the game of Natalia Pogonina against Kulkarni Bhakti from India. Queen b6 was played, but Natalia took on b6, and she's a very technical player. She likes playing. She enjoys playing endgames quite a lot. So for her, it doesn't really matter if she has a real advantage or not at all. She enjoys it anyway. And she has got a pair of bishops. And now her bishops are getting very dangerous. And also her opponent is very short of time now. She took on c1, rook will take on c1 and rook c8 probably. Black's idea. Trade all the rooks on c-file. So rook c1 was already played. Natalia took with rook. After rook c8, which is definitely the black's idea here, Natalia will try to probably avoid any further simplifications. Either moving her rook from c-file. No, I was wrong. Rook c8 was not played. f6 instead. Somehow I don't like it, this move too much, but maybe there is nothing wrong. Oh, that somehow it's weakening white squares in absence of light square bishop. It could be dangerous at some point. But here concretely I cannot see the direct way to get use of it for white. Maybe just playing h4, h5, taking more space on king side and bishop f5, a little bit trying to fix the black's pawn structure on the black squares would be a good idea. I would definitely think about it. Okay, white is better, but how much better is not easy to say. Padmini rook, Padmini root versus Jansaya Abdumalik. So we saw that position and we thought that it was about equal. Somehow not sure about this e5. Yeah, sure, bishop c4, maybe not that dangerous. f4 seems a little bit premature for me. Maybe just simple castle. And then a4 somehow. Trying to keep the bishop on a2, g8 diagonal would be more natural way to proceed for white. f4 takes, bishop takes e5, long castle. Sorry. I guess that capture on f7 is not possible for some tactical reason. Maybe just rook takes d2. That's why white went bishop d5, bishop takes f4, rook takes f5. Bishop on d5 is still very strong, so if white has time to get use of it, that would be great for her, but this is a big question if she had that time. Knight f3, knight c4 should be considered here in my opinion. Moving knight away from this d file. Knight f3 for example. Bishop e6 is now on the threat. And if black takes on e4, then maybe nothing special. And just bishop takes and just rook f8 for example. That seems to be okay for black. It seems that black is just in time to resolve all her problem. c4 is more responsible move, giving away this d4 square for black's knight, and maybe knight d5 94 immediately is good enough. e2 is threatening, knight e2 is threatening now. So I would not consider it as an option. Okay, let's see what's going on in the next game. Nino Batsashvili versus Kitavan Arhame Grant. That was the last position we saw, and now conclusion was that black was quite okay. a5. I like the way Kitavan played this part of the game. Then she decided to sacrifice the pawn for pair of bishops. That seems quite interesting, but objectively not sure that it's good enough. Queen e6, and the next move played by Ketivan. But okay, now her idea is to meet rook ec1 with knight b6, of course. Rook is pinned. But still not so easy to play, right? Maybe knight g5. That knight g5, maybe queen f5, then knight e4, something like this. It seems to be okay, huh? Yeah, probably knight g5 is... but then maybe queen b6, sorry. Attacking f2 and b5 pawns both. Oh, the position is very complicated here. White is still pawn up, but not easy to play at all. Objectively, I think that white should be okay, but not. I wouldn't like to play this position with white. Practical game. Okay, we will see what happens in this game and other games as well of the first round of the Women's World Championship in 5-10 minutes after the short break. Stay with us.
A question on Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here, because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because I couldn't do it.
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not a lot.
Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. But d5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think e5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much more fun if chess actually worked like this. But I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome to the first round of the FIDE Women's World Championship in Khanty-Mansiysk. So just before the break, we were analyzing this position of the game of Batsashvili-Arahamian game, and we said the position was very unclear. Nina Batsashvili went for a move which didn't even consider. Rook takes a4, but of course the capture of the pawn should be considered and this position. But somehow, anyway, I mean, this move seems a little bit too greedy for me, to my taste, even if pawn capture should be, of course, considered. Ketaman Arahamian went queen b6, attacking f2 pawn, knight d4, knight f4, knight to f3, and now it's Black's turn to move, and position is still very complicated. In my opinion, Black has some interesting options, some tempting options here. First of all, knight d3, of course, should be considered. Rook d1, for example, and then Black should try to use somehow the numerous pins in this position. Knight d4 is pinned everywhere, but after knight b2, immediately queen b2, I cannot see any good option for Black. But maybe she should not trade her knight immediately. Maybe bishop e4 first. But now knight takes d2, knight takes b2 followed by bishop takes f3 is a threat. But okay, we can see that Ketaman Arahamian went for another option. She played bishop d3. Which is also a very interesting move. Well, the first idea we can see is bishop takes b5, but also maybe queen g6, which looks very unpleasant. Not easy to play in time travel, that sort of position. If we look at Nino, we can see that she's not quite satisfied with her position. And she has less than 1 minute on her clock. That's what to do. Maybe bishop c1. What about bishop c1? I'm sorry, maybe time indicated on her clock was wrong, so now she has almost 3 minutes. So she has still some time to think. e6, yeah. Just too afraid of queen g6, and she gives up. She gives back one of her extra pawns. Her opponent Khanty-Mansiysk is also very short of time. And she should decide which piece will take the pawn on e6. Well, knight is extremely well placed on f4. It would be pity to move it away, but on the other hand, the pawn takes e6 aesthetically does not seem very attractive either. Maybe still knight takes e6, but then rook takes e6. It's an interesting option. After knight takes e6, bishop takes f2 is possible, I think, but rook takes e6 is very interesting. Pawn takes, and then maybe knight e6 now. Bishop takes f2, king h1. But okay, anyway, Khanty-Mansiysk took with the pawn. Knight takes e6. Absolutely crazy position. After bishop takes f2, or for example king h1, knight e6 is possible, I think. If rook takes e6, maybe something like bishop c4. That's easy to miss such a possibility in time trouble. But so far, so we cannot see the time remaining correctly, unfortunately. And Khanty-Mansiysk went for, okay, he took on f2, king h1, and rook c4. Not bishop c4, but rook c4. Looks a bit strange for me. Why not bishop c4? Okay, after exchange on e6. Rook takes. Just 9 seconds left, and it's hardly possible to make a right decision in such position this time. Knight takes is 6, but yeah, I think it's too late. Maybe even rook c6. White should be winning now. Yeah, rook c6 is the move to make. It seemed to me that black had her chance in the end of the game, but somehow didn't manage to find the best possible way to proceed time travel. And now Nino should be winning to rook c6. Maybe this is not the only move. Yes, rook c6. And this should be the end of this game. Okay, let's see what happens in other games. So, Jaimor against Olga Gire. We predicted quite an interesting game after the opening, and indeed it was quite interesting game. It's been quite interesting game. It's not over yet, and now we got this position. Olga Gire decided to sacrifice an exchange. They're both very short of time, and in my opinion it was just a desperate decision because she couldn't find a good way to continue. Her attack was somehow stopped. Maybe a4 is her idea, but then even queen takes a4 is possible. So her attack was a little bit stuck while white was preparing a decisive breakthrough on the king side. And I cannot find a good idea for Olga so far. Yeah, she seems to be in trouble, but we'll be back to this game later. Let's see what happens in the further games. Rook 2 with white pieces is just 2 pawns up against Karolina Lohan. Let's see quickly what happened. It was in Catalan. Nothing special so far, but then yeah, something went wrong for black. Okay, and here is just, well, it's just a technical position, of course. Should be winning for Chinese player. But still, black has some practical chances. Leonard Javahishvili is exchanged down in her game against Zhu Jiner from China, but position is very far from clear. Black has a pass pawn on a3, which is very dangerous. But on the other hand, her king is quite exposed. Unfortunately, we cannot see last move so far. Okay, let's see what happens. Next game. Dinara Sadbakasova has got very promising position after the opening. We remember that. But now things are not so clear for her. She managed to win a pawn, but the position of her king is very scary, I would say, at least. I think that white is not, it cannot be better in this position. And probably, well, black has definitely good compensation for a pawn, maybe even more than good. But for example, king should go somewhere, king e2 for example, then maybe just queen f5 for example. Intending rook c2, queen e4, queen h3 also threat. I think that only white can be in danger in this game. Voti Kim from Vietnam. They have the same structure that players got after the opening. Still white is, white is 2 pawns up. And still it's not clear, but now we have the position with the opposite color bishops, and it's not clear if white's material advantage is enough. Probably not. Okay, it's still, I'm sorry, it's still 1 pawn up for white, and objectively should be draw. Lei Tingji from China against Anita Gara. Once again very complicated, but maybe not that complicated, because black can play rook c6 on her next move and just keep her exchange. She's exchange up. I think black is just better here. Exchange for a pawn, but king is very exposed. In my opinion, black cannot be worse here. Next game, Yulia Schweiger against Monika Sochko. G6. This game is already finished. Yeah. What happened? Let's see very quickly. That was a middle game position, which we saw already. Nothing special. And then now black managed to put her rook on the second rand. Still maybe nothing nothing special yet. Maybe b4 is not very accurate move. I would probably tend to play b3 followed by c4, blocking the black's bishop. b4 allowed bishop c4, f3. But still maybe this position is defendable, but somehow, I guess in time trouble, black managed to break through on the king side, and after g3 she's winning as well, white has no satisfactory defense against g takes f2, after f takes g3, f2 followed by f1 is coming, and white is losing material. Congratulations to Monika Sochka. Ushenina Mukartychan. Anna Ushenina managed to win that position. So we saw the last time this game in the opening. That was the position. Instead queen c2. Anna played b3, e5. Took on c4 and then just e4, and yeah, here white is already very good, I think. Black is not in time to finish her development, and Elite didn't manage to find a way. Well, what was wrong with g6? I understand that it's up on this diagonal, but maybe it was the last chance. Maybe just, yeah, no, maybe not. Knight e4 followed by e5 or knight takes c6 is just killing. Knight e7, bishop g7. And here, of course, white is clearly better. Black's king position is just awful. No, okay. And rook c8 mate is coming. Congratulations to Anna Ushenina. Tokarczukova versus Alina Kashlinskaya. We saw that position already. Okay, black managed to consolidate and is perfectly fine here already. Step by step, Alina is improving her position, which is getting better and better. Well, black's f3 pawn is very, very annoying, very dangerous, and it depends if white has enough counterplay here or not. Well, otherwise strategically white is very bad, but maybe she has some sort of counterplay. Yeah. For example, what about queen c6 here, for example? But now the idea is that f2 is not possible because of queen takes g2. But maybe simple rook e8 is good enough. Rook takes king h7, maybe not, because now g8 square is not protected. So after queen e8, e6, white will mate soon. What to do after queen c6 then? The white idea is, of course, is just take on f6 and f8, sorry, and rook e8. Maybe king h7 immediately. Okay, then at least white has probably rook f8, queen f8, rook f1, not losing immediately. f2 is not possible, but maybe queen f5. Maybe queen f5. It's bad news for white. Okay, queen a4 is still there, but then f2. Rook d8 has been played. That's that is probably very bad news for black. Yeah. I cannot see any defense. Probably Alina pushed too much and too quick, because he was definitely fine in this position, but maybe was too impatient to start her attack. Well, for example, here it was still possible to play rook f7, whatever. She decided to take pawn on g3, and it looked promising for her, but probably in time trouble she miscalculated something and just forgot about her 8th rank. And okay, king g8 is not, it's a satisfactory defense, of course, because of rook takes f8, queen takes and rook 8. White is probably winning here. Yekaterina Talik is an exchange down against Daisy Corey from Peru, but her position is very solid and played a great draw in this position. By the way, it's a little bit strange because it didn't made 30 moves yet. How it was possible? Probably there is a result error here. I'll try to find out. Gulishan Nankbaeva versus Alisa Galamova. But we remember that position just after the opening. Yeah, Gulishan went knight e4, what we just suggested. Alisa didn't take on a4. Okay, so Alisa Galamova managed to survive time travel complications, and now she's pawn up, but I don't still think she is better. Her opponent has a pair of bishops, h5 pawn can be attacked immediately, but still rook f7. I was thinking about rook f7. Rook f7 is not a good option, probably because of rook f8. But who knows? Then maybe black is fine. But still, I'm not sure she is better, but maybe not worse anymore. Okay, we'll be back to this game later. Nishikan against Natalia Zhukova. We thought that in the opening Natalia did quite well and managed to equalize. Yes, probably that was... Aha, f6. Was it necessary to play f6? Black needs to develop her bishop. But the problem is that cannot go to d7 because knight on a7 will be hanging, and b5 bishop b7 is not a good idea either because of rook takes e6. Once bishop leaves this diagonal, rook e6 will be a threat. So that's why Natalia decided to play f6, but still it's probably okay for her. Rook e8. Oh, maybe bishop d7 was also possible. But she wants to get rid of knight on d4, so rook is protected. Now the knight on a7 and black's threat e takes d4. Okay, here black is definitely okay. Once again, it's not sure it was necessary. Maybe there is some other options, but okay, b7 pawn is hanging. Okay, that should be about equal. But now black has got better pawn structure and is playing for win now. Okay, black has definitely better chances, but objectively this position should be holdable. Vega Gutierrez versus Anastasia Bodnaruk. We thought that black's position was quite promising. Oops, here. Yeah, I thought that bishop f7 was the option for black, and the dispatch is pawn down. The position will open soon, and her bishops are going to be very strong. But instead, Anastasia decided to take on b3. And went for this tactics. Okay. That's also quite interesting line. So her decision is understandable. But now she's exchanged down. Still maybe not so easy to play with white, as their king is, her king is in the center. That's very strange, by the way. Here I would think about putting my king on b1. Well, at the same time, it would not be much safer there than on d1. I'll exchange rook is a good idea for white, definitely. And yeah. So black is repeating moves in this position. May white still play for advantage? Big question. Not easy to say. Well, I guess that Queen C6, something like this, should be considered. Rook, King E3, and then probably Rook King E2. Sorry. Knight takes A1. I don't think that B6 is a good option. Probably not. Maybe King takes A1, but it's hard to believe that White has enough. No, definitely not. Maybe just Bishop D6 or Bishop D4 or Queen F7 first. It looks like draw to me. Probably White should just repeat moves, playing King E1, King E2, King E2, sorry, King E2. But what else? Probably nothing else. Hong Kong trying against Irina Danilan. Last position we saw was that one after 94. Yeah, after 94. We said that black was probably fine, and indeed I don't feel any danger for, yeah, that's maybe black is a little bit better thanks to better pawn structure, so she has no weak pawns and white has this c2 pawn, which can be considered as a weakness. Some nice little tactics. That maybe so nice, not so nice for black indeed. Just lost a pawn. But it was probably not necessary. And that was definitely not necessary for black. And here it's only white who can play it for win, but still not so easy. Oops. Aha. The problem here for black that her king is in somewhat mating net. Oh yeah, and now things are getting worse and worse for black now. The Hungarian player seems to be much better. It's probably the only chance for black now is Rook D2. But then just King G1 is possible. Okay, white is clearly playing for win here. Gusiva Zawadzka. It's hard to evaluate, normally should be draw somehow. It's not even easy to say who is playing for win. Probably nobody. Okay, now I can say who is playing for win. It should be white. That's nice. Tactical resource. And probably black is in trouble now. Well, if c takes b5, then rook c, c7. So white will get this bishop back, of course, and pawn d5 is hanging. So rook e4 and rook takes b4. I guess it's not good enough for black, this position. Would be tough to defend. Okay, white is probably better. What about d6? Oh, d4, sorry, d4. Maybe it's important. That's been important nuance. Okay, still rook c5, c takes b5. Still rook c7. But now maybe d3. Rook takes d7 and let's say king f7. And white probably has no choice. She should go for this endgame. No, but then at least after rook e2, black is not in danger. So maybe it's nothing special. Yeah, d4 is important defensive resource for black. Probably should be played, unless I don't see something simple here. Oh, probably d4 is a move to make. Irina Krush drew against Ina Gaponenko. I remind you that Ina Gaponenko sacrificed a pawn in the opening to get this pair of bishops, then got this pawn back, and Irina Krush didn't manage to prove that her initiative wasn't good enough. But okay, here you can see that position is about equal. But there was still some fight. White was probably better. Managed to win a pawn, but then somehow perpetual happened. And let's go back to first board. So Jun managed to win a game against Hargedan Katrin from Australia. Even at some point we thought that he was not in very good situation. Yeah, somewhere here. We thought that white was perfectly fine after the opening. But then something happened. No, okay, it's not easy to say what happened exactly, what white missed in this, in her calculations, but somehow well, black managed to get very good position. And why not rook e1 here? Maybe bishop c3 followed by f5 simply. So this pawn would drop anyway. No, okay, and here Black has got a technically winning position, and the world champion did it quite convincingly. Okay. Congratulations to June for her first victory. Another favorite, Conor Humpy, managed to win her game also in a very convincing way, I think. Yes, in this at this moment we thought already that White was very good. And indeed, the bishop c8 looks very, very bad. And nice tactical trick, allowing White to launch a very dangerous kingside attack. Oops. Okay, very, very convincing game won by Conor Humpy, and Ekaterina Lagno managed also to win her game. So I saw this position and thought that White had enough compensation for sacrificed pawn, suggesting Queen c2. But Ekaterina managed to prove the opposite, actually. Okay, she managed to get simplifications and then just remain with one pawn and then with 2 pawns up. Okay. Also, well, I would not say that it was as convincing as Conor's victory, but Ekaterina maybe was not so confident in her opening, but the middle game she managed to dominate her opponents quite convincingly. And Alexandra Kostyniuk is still playing her game against Vasquez Macarini. So the last position we saw was on this one, so Alexandra decided not to go in for simplifications. So she did play rook e8, but then took with the pawn on f6, and this ending happened quite quickly. Queen's ending, which seems to be absolutely equal. Or maybe it would be more awkward for White not allowing Black pushing h5, but still should be equal. Okay, and White somehow lost her pawn, and now Black is just pawn up. Not clear if it's enough to win, as her pawn on the king side doubled, so maybe not so easy, but still okay. Black is comfortably playing for win here. Alexander Gorechkina, strangely enough, did not finish her game yet. Last time we thought it was, it seemed to be very, very promising for white. Let's see what happened. Yeah, here we could not understand why Alexander did not play knight takes g6. But f6 seemed to be very good as well. It's hard to believe that this position is not yet winning for white. Knight g6 is still very tempting. Okay, d7. Yeah. Knight g6 finally. But in a little bit another situation already. It's not easy for me to say what's going on here. Oh, okay, as far as I can understand, Alexander can still force draw by playing queen g8 check. Well, knight g7 is not possible because of d8, and king f5 is not possible because of queen h7 check, and black is losing queen. So the only possibility for black is king h6. And queen h8 would be a draw here. But what else? The problem is that queen takes e6 is not good because of rook takes, queen takes, and just queen takes d7. And rook f1 fails to queen c4 check, and then queen will be rook on f1 will be taken with check. After b3, for example, queen e2. That probably Alexander is not happened with her game. He just went queen e8. Does it change anything compared to queen g8? I'm not sure. Probably it's still the same. Yeah. It looks like a perpetual. Yeah, probably it's just a draw. It should be considered as a lost opportunity for Alexandra Gorechkina. Probably, I'm pretty sure she was, at least at some moment, was winning. Okay. Next game. Maria Muzichuk with black seems to be completely winning. Just mating, probably. Her king is a under attack right now, but White's king is even worse situation. Rook f1, mate in 1 is a threat, and probably White has nothing to do with that. Tang Zhongyi has won the game. We didn't see the last move on this game, just let's have a quick look on it. So after g4, bishop g6, we saw it g takes a5, bishop h7, just f takes e6, queen takes, e takes d5 and f4. Black would lose another pawn on c6 and she just resigned. Valentina Gunina has managed to win her game. Last position we saw was this one, and her opponent was in a huge time trouble here and probably just didn't manage to handle this position as needed. So bishop g5. Still not so bad so far. She even managed to exchange one piece. It should be holdable, this position. I guess it should be holdable. I wonder if rook g8 was possible. It was the 40th move to make, and maybe maybe it was a mistake. But rook g8 should be possible. But anyway, black would still be better. But okay, not easy to win such position. And in the game, what happened? Okay, White just got mated. It's beautiful. The last move is very beautiful. Preparing knight d5, and White has no satisfactory defense. That's typical Valentina Gurina. Even in endgame, she is looking for most principal continuation, and even in this kind of let's say dry position, she managed to find mating chances. Okay, congratulations, Valentina. Nice end of the game. That's probably is gonna be the first sensation of the tournament. Elizabeth Pitts managed to get a very good position in the middle of game, sacrifice a pawn on d5, and started her attack, but then somehow was forced to exchange queens. Maybe it was too much. This position seems to be very good for White. Maybe it was not necessary to sacrifice a pawn, or sacrifice it in a little bit different redaction, maybe just knight f5. It has a lot of threats if e6 is coming now. Looks very promising, very promising for White. But somehow Elizabeth probably been in time trouble. What was wrong with Queen takes b5 here. Yeah, not easy to say. Not easy to say, so something went wrong in this game. So now it's too late to take on b7 because of rook b8, of course, but yeah, it's not easy for white to play this position now, and white is just pawn down, pawn up, sorry. Yeah, black is pawn up. And the endgame we got looks just very, very bad for white. The Iranian girl has excellent chances for victory. So here we are to the game of Nana Dzagnidze, who managed to win her game against Miranda Janis from Cuba. So last position we saw was this one, yeah, and we mentioned that bishop b5 was probably the best try for white, preventing e5. But white went for a3, taken e5 happened in the game, and here already black is okay, at least okay, maybe even already better. b6, of course, up, and some tactical strike immediately. Well, bishop a6 was also possible, but Nana went for direct continuation. King e2 should be losing to bishop a6, I guess. Something like this would have happened the game. And whatever, position is absolutely winning for black. Yeah, and after queen e2, it's already completely hopeless for white. She's just piece down and resign. Harika Dronavali against Ugashvili. Okay, this endgame seems to be equal. That draw should be reached soon. Foysher-Stefanova draw. We thought that Foysher was in trouble after a4. Probably it was a blunder. Just normally white should not allow black to push the pawns on queen side. The matter was that after rook a4, queen c6 would win immediately. d5, e takes, rook takes. Yeah, by the way, after d5, why not a3? And it's quite strange. Maybe d takes e6, then would be possible, but okay, at least after rook takes e6, black is clearly better. White has a very bad pawn structure, and a couple of passed pawn are very dangerous. So yeah, but at this point it's not quite clear for me why Antonetta Stefanova did not push your pawn to a3. Okay, instead she preferred to take on d5, then rook takes a4. Maybe she just forgot that after exchange on a4, d takes c4, white has this knight takes c4. Otherwise, of course, black would be just winning. Or sorry, even queen takes b4 is possible then. And it's not clear to me, and not at all. Why not a3? Anyway, that's what happened in the game. And black is still pawn up. And it's definitely good winning chances. But that was just a blunder. I don't know what happened, but maybe playing rook a2, Antonetta just forgot about rook f3 here. That was your idea, maybe, to meet queen b3 by queen c6, but after rook f3, it's just nothing. And she was forced to give her pawn back. And now white is better, thanks to weakening position of black's king. And was Antonetta Stefanova, he was suffering, but okay, was this exchange necessary? Maybe white could have played just knight a3, protecting this g2 pawn, then moving her bishop and trying to play this position for win, but somehow Sabina Francesca Forsham decided to exchange her queens, her rooks, and then with opposite color bishops this position is completely drawish. Natalia Pogonina is still enjoying her ending against Kulkarni Bhakti, young Indian player. And in this opposite color bishop ending, she has two passed pawns on different side of the board, which is good sign for Natalia. I think this position should be just winning for her. Maybe technically not so easy, but somehow should be just winning. Draw game of Padmini Root and Jansaya Abdumalik. So we saw this position. Knight f3 was played. But Padmini didn't take back on a4 immediately. Check first. Rook f7. And I have an impression that white is still a little bit better. But Jansaya managed to equalize somehow. Yeah, here probably black is okay already. Nice defense by Jansaya Abdumalik. And now position is getting completely drawish. Draw agreed on move 34. Okay, yes. So we saw that position when Batsashvili went rook c6, and after b takes e6, queen takes e6, just resign. As mate is coming in 3 moves. Olga Gira versus Jai Mo. It's black. So we thought that Olga was in big danger in this position. She sacrificed an exchange. And what happened next? There was a big time trouble. Okay, now it still looks like completely winning for white. Oops. White is just rook up, right? Yeah, and yeah. No, it looks hopeless for Gagiri, unfortunately. For the only local player of the tournament, by the way, Olga, probably we don't see because we can see her leaving the playing hall, so probably the game is already over. Zhao Xu, well, managed to convert her advantage quite quickly against Karolina Luhan. She was 2 pawns up and yeah, managed to win the game quite quickly. Yeah. Completely unknown Chinese player Zhu Jiner managed to beat very experienced Georgian player Lela Javakishvili today, which is probably one of the surprises of the first day of the Women's World Championship so far. But being unknown in China is quite usual thing, as there is no so much tournament in the country, and many players who are quite strong just have no occasion to prove their strengths, and don't go so often outside the country, and clearly underestimated. Maybe this young player is just the case. So we saw that position when Lela was preparing f5. Let's see what happened further. Then she sacrificed a pawn, then an exchange, and got advanced passed pawn as compensation. So we saw that position. Why this pawn cannot be taken because of just bishop d3, I guess. That was a very tense game, obviously, but ended by forced mate, and Lela was forced to resign in this position. Dinara Sobakasova is still playing her game against Anna Matnadze. Her things are getting better and better, I think. But maybe not so clear yet, because queen e2 is possible now, yeah? Followed by queen e6 and rook takes g7, but maybe she is not in big danger anymore, because after the first time trouble, she seemed to be danger. Okay, d5 is a clever decision, so she should advance her pawn to get some counterplay. No, but still, in this position I think black should have some winning chances. Okay, h4 is also logical. d6. Maybe black should start with something like queen h3 first, to force white make some defensive moves like king f2, then h4, for example. No, I think that white is in big danger here. But let's see what happened. d6, rook e8. Yeah, it seemed that Anna Matnaza just did not find the best way to proceed. No, okay, now, okay, she took on b2. Not this position, okay, she cannot mate with a single queen anymore, so the rook is completely stuck on d8. That should be quick draw now. Botikim Belkatanashvili draw. Yeah, we saw that position and thought that this was more likely draw. That's what happened indeed. Opposite color bishop doesn't leave too many possibilities for one of players to win. Lei Tengji from China against Gara. Still very unclear, and I still think that black is okay, but compared to the last time we saw this position, black lost a pawn. Yeah, in this position, okay, she sacrificed the pawn. She didn't want to go to an endgame, but maybe it would be not such a bad decision. For example, queen takes, I don't know, if king takes, then maybe bishop c6, and white is fighting for draw, and the same goes for bishop takes f3. Still bishop c6, and white's position cannot be better. But okay, it's quite understandable that Anita Gar decided to keep queens on the board. White's king is exposed, but she was forced to give up the pawn for that. And now we have this position, which remains very unclear. f6. I would say that everything can happen in this game. It's not easy for me to give an objective evaluation of this position. Okay, black is definitely not worse. That's for sure. But if she better or not easy to say. At the end of this game promises to be quite exciting, I think. We'll be back. Yes, Alina Koshlenska did not find any defense after queen d8 and just resigned. A very unfortunate game for Alina, who played quite well in the opening and in the middle game, I would say, but probably blundered something, miscalculated something in time trouble. Alisa Galamova is still playing. She managed to exchange rogues, but still, this position should be draw somehow. But okay, she's pawn up. She's pawn up and playing for win now, of course, and her opponent is very short of time. She's down to 2 minutes. Nishikun against Natalia Zhukova. Natalia is still pushing hard. We saw that she played quite well also in the opening, the middle game, managed to get slightly better position, and now is pushing hard to win this position, and who knows, maybe she will succeed. But on the other hand, white will put her knight on e3 now, and her position remains very solid. Maybe Natalia pushed f3 too quickly now. But on the other hand, how to improve? It was not easy to improve that position, so she went f3, and everything is logical. But now I don't know if black can play something like king h6 now, intending to capture on g3 of the knight e3. If pawn takes, then I take on e3, of course. If king takes, then queen f4, and what? I don't know what happened after g3. Well, black is still have perpetual, of course. But not sure if she has something more. g3. Oh, sorry. After g3, white can play knight g4 and winning. So it doesn't really work. Well, then it won't be easy to improve her position for black. Maybe then king h6, knight e3, king g5, and now knight g3 is a real threat. Maybe black should go for this line. We will see. Anastasia Bodnaruk drew as expected. That position white went for threefold repetition. And Vega Gutierrez could not do anything better. Okay, she did not find anything better. Let's see what happened in game of Marina Guseva when she took on b5, d4 was played, of course, and yeah, in this position that's approximately the same line that we considered happened. Draw. Some more moves were played in Natalia Zhukova game, but we cannot see them. Aha, yeah, somehow king came to g5. Unfortunately, we cannot see the moves played on the electronic board, but I can see that her king now on g5. We will be back to this game once again. Let's see what happens in the game of Alexander Kostyuk. Aha. She managed to exchange her a pawn to g4 pawn, which is probably a good thing for her, and now she has passed pawn, passed f pawn, and in my opinion good winning chances. Alexander Gorechkina did not find better solution than to give a perpetual. Not yeah, but in this reduction, okay. No, obviously she cannot promote her pawn in this position because of queen c4 check, I guess. b3, okay, queen c2 fails to queen b2, but rook e2 is unfortunately for black is possible, for white, unfortunately for white is possible. So Alexander was forced to give a perpetual. Mariam Mazurchuk has won her game against Wafa Shanenda from Egypt. Yeah, we saw that position, and she came with her her king to c3, and mate seems to be inevitable. Elizabeth Petz with white is trying hard to defend her position against Alina Sabmolbina from Iran. This position should be the theoretical one, but I cannot say if it's. That should be winning for black. Just I cannot see what white should do after b4, followed by a5, rook a3, etc. Should be winning for black. Meanwhile, Harika Dronovali drew her game against Kukashvili Sopiko, as we predicted. Natalia Pagonina. Yes, is definitely winning now. The point is that a5 pawn will drop soon. For example, d5, king e7, king b6, and white will take just this a5 pawn. That's completely winning. 3 pawns is too much even for opposite color bishop endgame. And as you can see, Natalia Zhukova managed to win her game against Nishikun. Let's see what happened in that game. Yeah, her opponent was in big time trouble, so that the position. Oops. And she just blundered queen e2, of course. But what would happen after king g1? I think that queen e2 is still winning. The point is now that after exchange of queens, king c2, for example, king d2 followed by knight d2, sorry, followed by knight f3 is winning. And if white goes queen f1, then just knight g3 is possible. And black is also winning. So a very good play and very good game played by Natalia Zhukova. I think maybe one of the my best in this round. Well, I mean, there were some other interesting games and interesting victories, but I think that Natalia's opponent was the most serious one among all of others who lost today. As we can see, Alexandra Kosinuk managed to win her game as well. This queen line game, her passed pawn passed very quickly. And I think that we still have 2 remaining games. The first round of the FIDE Women's World Championship. Let's see this one. Elizabeth Betts is trying hard to save this rook endgame against Alina Sabab Mobina from Iran. At least now Elizabeth will manage to put her king on a4, which is the best position for the king, but maybe maybe it's still not enough to draw. And another game just finished. Let's see what happened. Natalia Pagonina finished her game. This is the last position of Natalia Pagonina Kulkarni Bhakti game. Well, as expected, Natalia won the a5 pawn, and now her a pawn is passing quickly and unstoppable. And so we have the only game left in the first round of the Women's World Championship. Elizabeth Petz with white is trying to hold this position, this rook game against Alina Sab Mobina from Iran. Just a moment, sorry, I forgot about Alisa Galamova game, which ended in draw right now. Actually, it was still playing, so Alisa did not manage to convert her extra pawn. But it was not a simple task, but objectively that position was probably drawish. Yeah, that's it. That pair of bishop is also can be very solid defensive tool. We know that pair of bishop are very dangerous in attack, but also in defense. And now it's for sure that the only remaining game is a game between Elizabeth Petz and Iranian player Alina Sab Mobina. Here we are. The only possibility for black to improve this position is to bring the king to his pawns. So she needs to play rook d5 at some point. Maybe right now. The position should be winning for black. It's very rare that this sort of position is draw. That's a couple of connected pawns, even blocked by enemy's king. It still should be winning. Rook if a4 is played by black. It's quite hard for me to see the reason not playing rook d5 immediately. But black is not in a hurry, definitely. Natalia Zhukova is invited for press conference, and it's very interesting to listen to her commentaries. I probably will follow this press conference.
А мне казалось, что была.
So, dear friends, we start our press conference, and our guest is Natalia Zhukova from Ukraine, who won a very tough and interesting game with Nishi Tsun from China.
Yeah.
So, Natasha, in general, how was your game today?
It was very tough. It was very tough game. Of course, I didn't expect some easy promenade to World Championship. So as I expect I tried to equalize whole game. So I hope that I managed to equalize with some precise moves. So I think it was more or less equal all the time. I mean, she was slightly better, but nothing special, I think.
Дамы и господа, добро пожаловать на нашу пресс-конференцию. У нас в гостях Наталья Жукова из Украины, которая выиграла интересную партию у Ниши Кун. И, Наталья, расскажите о том, как проходила эта партия. Наталья ответила, что борьба была более-менее равной, но она и не ожидала легкой прогулки. Пыталась в дебюте уравнять, надеется, что у нее получилось, но в дальнейшем как-то удалось переиграть.
Natasha, where was the key moment, do you think?
Okay, the key moment probably was till the end. It was equal. Actually.
You can show it to
Yeah,
us.
I can show
Just
it,
Покажите, пожалуйста, критический момент в партии. Думаю, он произошел ближе к концу.
Okay, for example, at this moment, I thought a long of time trying to how to defend from not to be mate. Yeah, I mean G6 or H6.
В этой позиции я продумала достаточно долго, пытаясь защититься от мата, выбирала между G6 и H6.
Yeah, probably G6 it's not so logical because I have white square bishop and it's not positional, right?
Может, G6 менее логично в позиционном плане, так как у меня белопольный слон.
I tried to calculate that I will manage to put my pawn on black square, so I spent a lot of time here. I don't know if I'm right or wrong. I mean, H6 was an option. Probably it's also about equal, but I wanted to develop my pieces, you know, on more or less active places. Yeah.
Yes, Mish, please.
Да, здесь можно было также сыграть не только G6, как в партии, но и H6. Но Наталья искала возможность более активно расставить фигуры, а для этого надо было поставить пешку на E5, как раз освободить слона.
Yeah, and then I was inside, not because I needed to calculate everything, you know, because it was very sharp. e5, she played rook d1, you know, of course, I mean, it's not so pleasant with black to, because I need to calculate f4, I don't know, I had some miracles, actually.
Не самая приятная позиция, потому что нужно на каждом ходу очень много считать, различные удары, здесь f4.
Yeah, so I tried to play solid. And as I remember, I had 1 minute, and she had about 18 minutes. So it was not actually. It was very, very, very difficult, you know. Just.
Я пытался сделать крепкие ходы, и в какой-то момент у меня осталась минута, у соперницы 18 минут, было очень тяжело.
But where do you think she made a mistake?
Yeah, I think the mistake comes here because she calculated here mistake. Rook a8. She played knight c5, and I calculated with the seconds bishop c8. And this is a key moment because probably she wanted to take on b7 and bishop b7. Can I show?
Вероятно, один из ключевых моментов партии после конь c5 на секундах я сыграла слон c8, и, вероятно, соперница собиралась брать на b7.
But how? No, it's impossible.
I think not yet. You
okay.
can.
So I can take. I can't take because
of
yes, because
теряется
of,
ферзь, если взять.
Fork.
But
but knight f5. I have moved knight f5, and everything it works. You know, that's why I mean. So it was very, very tricky. And at that moment, I saw her face. I mean, I saw that she doesn't like this, and then she backed on b3. You know, so she spoiled attempts. I mean, a very important moments, you know, just she played knight c5, bishop c8. Yeah, and she underestimated this bishop c8.
На взятие на b7, как вы видели, опровергалось промежуточным ходом, конь f5, поэтому сопернице пришлось пойти конь b3, потерять темп, и на лице было написано, что ей не очень приятно.
Yeah, position is equal, but now I'm not worse. So
да, позиция все равно равная, но у черных теперь не хуже.
Where did you start to make your position better?
Okay, here we started to play very quickly. You know, just here I like my position very much because I mean it's equal, but this is the best position which I had in the game.
Как мы начали улучшать свою позицию? Вот эта позиция, она равная, но это лучшая позиция, которая у меня была в партии.
And also she was very low time. You know, just we both was inside knot. And this moment I like a4, knight c1, a3. So I managed to make some
progress.
Yeah, progress. I mean, weak pawns. Yeah, for her.
Мы обе были в цейтноте. Здесь мне удалось добиться прогресса, ослабить ей пешки. Приятный маневр. А4, А3.
Probably it's nothing special here, yeah. I mean, it's still about equal.
Может, это не очень много, позиция все равно близка к равенству.
You see here.
Yeah, you see, but now I started to push my pawns on my king side.
Теперь я хотя бы начинаю надвигать пешки на королевском фланге.
And she has this pawn on queen side, but it doesn't feel. I mean, it can't move.
Да, ее пешечное преимущество на ферзевом фланге, эти пешки просто не движутся вперед.
And okay, we started two maneuvers. I don't know. I just tried not to blunder something inside. It was my goal.
Начались маневры, моей главной целью было ничего не зевнуть.
Because, for example, in some moment I wanted to push, but it's very easy to blunder, especially against Chinese. They are very, very dangerous.
Зевнуть очень легко, особенно против китайских шахматисток, они очень опасны в тактике.
Yeah, so we continue to play. Here, I am not sure it was last control move, but Queen c6 I don't like, but okay, I played it with seconds. Probably I had something better, I'm not sure.
Контрольный ход ферзь c6, мне оставались всего секунды, мне этот ход не нравится, но не было времени искать что-то лучше.
Queen c6, so we started again two maneuvers, you know, but I started again to push my pawn.
This position looked more or less equal, but then suddenly you won. How did this happen?
Okay, I pushed my pawns, you know, what to do, and yeah, I pushed on the queen side. Probably it's unpleasant to play with white.
Продолжаем надвигать пешки. Наверное, белыми играть немного неприятно.
But here she played very well. She played g3 and blocked my pawns, you know.
Но она защищалась хорошо, здесь она сыграла g3, заблокировала
Yeah,
пешки.
and the main problem for her was that she started to think a lot. I mean, how to not allow me, my everything.
Но эти ходы отнимали у нее очень много
Yeah,
времени.
and at this moment she was just 1 minute, I mean, on the clock she had left.
И тут у нее
Time
оставалось
trouble.
Yeah,
минута
time
на
trouble.
часах.
Okay, I checked a little bit with computer. It was still equal. It was slightly better, but probably nothing special.
Компьютер по-прежнему показывает, что у черных нет ничего особенного,
And here
чуточку
very
лучше.
important maneuvers she found. I mean, on the seconds, knight d1 and block my pawns.
Just a
Очень
fortress.
хороший маневр,
Looks
конь
like
d1,
a-
и удалось
Yeah,
найти.
actually, it looked like because my king also weak. If I will start to do something, I just will perpetual. I mean, I will get.
У меня тоже слабый король, и легко получить вечный шаг, если неосторожно
She found here
надвинуться.
very nice move, king h8, because knight e3 immediately. Probably I wanted to take here, if I am not wrong.
При немедленном конь e3 я собиралась взять на g3, по-моему.
Okay, yes, I wanted. I'm just looking
По-моему, все
now.
в порядке с этим ходом.
Yes, I think there
Yeah,
are no
knight f5.
no
that
direct
doesn't
checks
work. Yeah.
except for knight
So
f5.
she played again a precise move, king h8, king
Очень
h2.
точный ход король h2.
Yeah, and what to do? I also spent some minutes here, and okay, just improve my king, because also my pieces can't move, because my king is also weak.
Здесь я долго продумала, решила в конце концов просто улучшить положение короля.
Yeah, improve king g6, knight e3, king g5. She played very well queen c1.
Хороший ход ферзь c1.
Yeah, I can't take on f2 because check knight c2. Yeah, obviously.
Взятие на f2 невозможно из-за простой тактики.
So I played king h5, and so probably here was one mistake from her side. I mean, one and last.
И вот в этой позиции она совершила первую и последнюю грубую
It's
ошибку в
unbelievable.
партии.
We played about 5 hours. We played 50 moves, and probably nobody made some serious mistakes. I mean, this is very interesting.
Пятичасовая партия, 50 ходов, и никто до сих пор не ошибался.
Because I want to take on f2, yeah, but queen e1, it's really bad move. I know what she missed, but probably queen b1 with some ideas that I can't take because I will get perpetual.
Такая косвенная защита от взятия на f2. Черные, если берут, то белые объявляют вечный шаг.
I don't know how I will improve my position.
После ферзь b1 непонятно,
No
как добиться
idea.
прогресса.
Really no
So
idea.
it looks drawish.
Yeah, I mean, really no idea. So, but what she missed, she played queen e1. Okay, I calculated queen b2, and of course I saw that she wanted to take on g4. That's what she missed. Yes, she took. And queen e2. That was very nice.
Да, видимо,
This is what she missed.
Нишикун упустила этот промежуточный ход, ферзь e2.
Yeah.
Красивый ход, который решает
Very
партию.
nice and so,
Beautiful.
But it was really one mistake, after 50 moves.
One
So,
big mistake
One,
and decisive.
yeah.
Но это была ее единственная ошибка за 50 ходов, и она решила исход встречи.
Natasha, great game. After usually when you play knockout events, what do you feel about the second game when you win a very important first one?
Okay, it happened to me not so not so often, but as I know, I need to play normal game. I mean, just forget about result, and doesn't matter which pieces I will play tomorrow. I mean, I will white, but it really doesn't matter because it happened to me. I won in 2004 against Kostintseva Nadezhda with black. But I tried to make a draw at any cost, and I lost. So that's a bad idea.
Наташа, когда вы играете в нокаутах, вы выиграли первую партию в матче, как вы подходите ко второй партии? Был такой вопрос. Наталья ответила, что она помнит, что должна играть в обычной манере, в нормальные шахматы. В 2004 году у нее был матч с Надеждой Косинцевой, когда она выиграла в первой партии, вторую играла более-менее на ничью и проиграла белыми.
So,
Yes. Natasha, you travel a lot, you've played so many events, you have played so many events recently, so how do you feel here? Are you tired?
No, I'm not tired at all.
Не чувствуете ли усталости из-за напряженного турнирного графика? Нет, совершенно нет.
Every tournament was so interesting that I can't just decline any of them.
Все турниры были настолько интересными, ни от одного из них нельзя было отказаться.
It was Olympiad, it was European Club Cup, it was Isle of Man. I mean, just no idea which tournament I can skip.
Олимпиада, клубный чемпионат Европы, Open на острове Мэн. От какого из них можно отказаться? Все очень интересные, хорошие турниры.
But you have started jogging, so why, and does it help you to keep in form? To keep yourself in form?
I mean, to jogging, you need to love it, you know. So probably it's not the matter why I started. I just started to love it. So I mean, so that was my idea.
Расскажите о своем увлечении бегом. Чтобы начать бегать, надо просто это дело очень любить. Поэтому я начала, мне это очень нравится.
It just happened to me this summer. I met some people which show me how to do it. I mean, and enjoy, to get enjoying, to get pleasure. I mean.
Летом меня научили, как получать удовольствие от бега. Тогда все и началось.
Natasha, thank you. If you have any questions, please ask them. If not, so Natasha will let you go.
Спасибо. Ваши вопросы, пожалуйста.
So no questions. Natasha, thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Спасибо.
Thank you, Natalia, for your insightful commentaries, and we are back to the last remaining game of the first day of the first round of the FIDE Women's World Championship. Both players are now playing on seconds in the last remaining game, Pets against Alina Sab Mobina, Iranian player, and Elizabeth Pets is trying hard tried hard to save her game, but probably did not manage to. Using all possible stalemate tricks, but unfortunately for her, position was too bad. Yeah, Rook h5 was tried by Elizabeth, but position still remains winning for black. Rook c4. Now, if Rook takes a5, then probably King b2 is the clear-cut way to win. b3 will be the next move, and if King takes a5, then b3 immediately. Elizabeth tried this Rook c5 still, but after Rook c3, Rook c8, Rook c3, there's no more tricks anymore, and White resigned. So this game and this result is probably the biggest surprise of the round. Clearly higher rated Elizabeth Pets lost somehow her game against Alina Sab Mobina, probably pushing too hard in the middle game, and her pawn sacrifice maybe was not fully justified. I would not call it a big sensation, as Iranian young players are now showing great results in all international competitions, and the average rating in this country has drastically improved since last 5-10 years. So the victory of one of Iranian player should not be considered as a big sensation. Anyway, if this player is not so high rated. Tomorrow will be the second round, and full of exciting games, I'm sure. Some players will need to strike back to equalize match score, and we will be back again at 3 p.m. local time and 11 a.m. European time. Here, back to us. Stay with us. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.